Hello, good morning. Let's see. Just doing my thing here. Oh my god. I really have to build something that automates the creating these links. Blah blah blah. Quote read. And then let's do it on Slack as well. Yeah, so we are going to fix a couple of things. I do think we have time for seamless branching today. I'm excited. I've been reflecting a bit on it as well. I do have a session in 25 minutes, but it's like 30 minutes, so I thought we could get like a head start here. Because I've been working on fixing something and I forgot about this because we had a really nice discussion and we are going to simplify something. Let's see, we have something called flush operation, don't we? Flush operations. Wasn't that part of, is it server? Oh, sorry, reconcile operations. Sorry. Yeah, so we have this logic that we need to, so in Pitcher, the dev process, whenever a file is changed, it notifies this dev process, and sometimes that change is related to a save, and other times it's related to some process on the file system making a change to the file. And if the file, so in that case, when the file system is just making a change, for example, you do a git reset or something, we want to do one of two things. Either we want to completely ignore that event because we have a dirty document, like you're coding in it, a git reset is happening, the document is dirty, it's not saved to disk, then we just ignore that git reset so that you can continue coding on your document and then save that version. But if it isn't dirty, we actually want to produce an operation out of that, a collaborative operation, an operational transform, which will actually update the document, and then you can continue typing. But we did some logic here that doesn't quite make sense, and we can actually simplify it. So the simplification after some discussion is that we are just going to check if the content is the same, which I think we already do. Yes, if the newly saved content is the same as what it is safe to state the current version is the last saved revision and flush. And then we do this thing where we basically try to figure out if the new save content is related to a previous save, but we can't reliably do that. And we don't really care because we at some point they will be the same, and that means we flush out operations, and no matter we automatically flush out, you can only have 100 historic operations, so we kind of flush it automatically already, so there's like no risk of this going out of hand. So we're just going to remove that, and then we are rather going to say, yeah, we remove the metric logic. Oh, removed a bit too much. Oh, well, I guess we can say so. So if we have operations, we just return. It's just what I said. We leave the change file on the file system, and also our explicit save from the user will override it. The collaboration will still work as we are continuing on the in-memory document. The last save version. will at this point be wrong, but it will be correct as soon as we do the same. That removes all operations. Cool. And then we have the final piece, which is when we actually have a file system. We don't have a dirty document. Something, some change was made to the file. And let me reflect on this a bit. So is there a chance, like the reason we started implementing this, one thing is the git reset, but we also have a scenario with VS Code. So VS Code can write directly to the file system. We don't save through the picture process because that's just how VS Code works. It's like an SSH connection and all that stuff. So what we do is it saves to the file system, and then we'll get that file system event, and we will update the document. I'm just thinking about, yeah, and we also delay handling the file system event because we want to make sure that all operations, there are two different mechanisms. One is the connection to the picture process. Another is the SSH connection to the file system. And we cannot control the order of saving the file to the file system and triggering the file watcher in the picture process versus sending the last operations or the last operation to picture through the WebSocket connection, because that needs to hit first. But it's very unlikely that that operation hits later than like actually sending the contents of the file through SSH, saving it on disk, which fires a file watcher event. But still, we delay that file watcher handling a little bit to make sure that we have an updated document in memory. So yeah, this is basically it. This is the fix. So let's see if try to run the tests here. Let's try to do that again. And like, this is so nice. Like, I have this old, relatively old branch, and I didn't have to like check out this other branch, like reinstall stuff, and just to make sure like some dependencies were wrong or anything like that. I just click the link and I have everything here, the running test, everything, just as I left it, which is super, super nice. Okay, so we do have an issue here. Should match and, oh, should match and flush operations on history. Yes, so we should just remove this test because we're not doing that anymore. Should create operation of FS, right? Yeah, undirty. Oh, do we still have failing? Oh yeah, that's also not necessary anymore. I'm just seeing if do we have a test that actually tests? So this is not part of it anymore. Sorry. Oh, what did I do now? It should flush to last act client revision if less. I don't think we actually do this. To last act client revision. God damn it. We're not doing any of that now. These tests aren't. What are they doing? Should flush to last act. Okay, what if I think more of them will break. This is weird. Like, I don't understand why this works. So we create a file, we open that file, we produce an operation, we send that operation, we create a new operation, we send that operation, we create a new operation, we send that operation, and then we save the file. And then we wait for the thing. And then, oh yeah, okay, sorry. So there's two mechanisms at play here. There's one related to getting a file system event, but we also do this related to, so whenever a client when is this? I think this, whenever a client receives an acknowledgement, it sends back to Pitcher that it received that acknowledgement. So when all clients are in sync, we flush out all old operations. Because this has to do with if a client which is behind a few operations sends a new operation, we need to be able to transform that operation. So we have to keep enough history for all connected clients to be able to transform their changes. And we do that with the document ACK. Now, all of this is really related to just keeping as short history as possible. And we have talked about, like, we actually want to use these operations to fill in history and make a user experience out of it. But that's for later. And then maybe we can remove some of this logic. But it's been important for us to keep like memory footprint low and so on. So, okay. But this is it. Simplify flushing operations, flushing on FS events. Well, simplify reconcile operations. Commit and push. I'm just closing the window. Yeah. Oh my god. I feel better today, by the way. It was nice. I'm using my stand-up now. Like, people do stand-ups differently, and I started doing this format where I used to do like highlights from yesterday. So I give my stand-up in the morning instead of the end of the day, because I forget to do it in the end of the day. And also it's typically a bit stressful at the end of the day because I have to pick up the youngest at kindergarten and stuff. But yes, I do it in the morning, and then I kind of list the highlights from yesterday. Not like describing everything I did, but just the highlights. Actually, today I did just describe everything I did. Yeah. Anyways, and then I say what I plan to do. But today I also added like personal state, because I really liked it because it puts things into perspective. We're not machines producing work; we are people producing work. So giving like a personal state, at least if it affects your work, then I think it's nice to share that. So yeah, I just share that like I said yesterday, I've been having some anxiety related to our daughter having a hard time getting to school in the morning. Even though they tell us that she has a nice day and we don't notice anything else. So, but yeah, it's just nice to state that, I think. But I feel better today. We did a different strategy. Like, it came to a surprise yesterday that she had such a hard time just even getting out of the car. So today I just did it like a band-aid. Just, she started like not wanting to go out the car. I just immediately grabbed her and say, this is going to be fine. Nothing scary here, and so on and so on. And it's much easier for her. It's so difficult for a parent to balance in one sense, you want your kids to deal with their emotions on their own. Like, if they're having a hard time, you want them to pull themselves together and go through it, and they make the decision themselves. But going down that path, they might completely they might completely get lost in the emotion, and they're unable to get out of it, and then it just becomes worse. So that's what happened yesterday, right? It was a bit of surprise, like how hard it was for her to begin with, but we didn't do it like the band-aid. We tried to make her decide for herself that she was going to get through these emotions and get to school, and it just didn't work. But today I did the opposite, band-aid approach, like, no, this is going to be fine, come on. And she had an easier time getting to school, but then you're ignoring, like, she didn't have the opportunity to make that decision for herself. I was kind of just overriding her. And that's the balance. Like, how the hell do you produce kids that are confident enough to make their own decisions and get control of their own feelings, but at the same time you don't want them to get stuck in these feelings? And yeah, it's, god damn it, it's so difficult to be a parent. Anyways, so we made a commit here. So I'm just going to ask Jasper to review this. So I made the changes suggested, simplifying reconcile operations to only flush when the saved content is the same as in memory. To only flush when the saved contents is the same as in memory. But it's interesting. Maybe we shouldn't do that at all. But looking at the code, I see we rather flush Vivaldi. I'm not sure what that is. But looking at the code, I see we rather flush when clients acknowledge to pitcher that they indeed... Oh, the web browser. No, I haven't tried it. Is that the Opera? Like the successor for Opera, the Opera browser? Simplifying to only flush when the save contents is the same as in memory. But looking at code, I see we rather flush when clients acknowledge to pitcher are what revision they have acknowledged. I see we also flush when clients acknowledge to pitcher what revision they have acknowledged. I am starting to think, No, I haven't looked into this stuff. I'm kind of stuck with Chrome because of the development tools, and but I use Safari for like I have a few for notifications, which sounds weird, but that's how I start my day. I have in Safari I have my calendar and all the services we use that has notifications that needs my attention, like GitHub, Linear, Notion, Loom, video, just to go through my notifications. But then I use Chrome for development. And the reason I don't use Chrome for notifications is because when I Alt tab, like I need to Alt tab between these notifications. I don't want this notification window thing to pop up during my day. It's only in the morning. So having that in Safari just makes me not accidentally, so it doesn't accidentally pop up. When the save content is the same as when maybe we should just rely on the client acknowledge flashing, so we do not accidentally flash all operations when some client is still behind. Maybe this has actually caused a bug. So the only responsibility for reconcile operations would be to create this FS operation, given that the in-memory document is the same. Given that we have given that we get an FS operation, well, that's the thing. So instead of flashing when saved content is the same as in memory, we just return. Does this make sense, Jasper? Oh yeah, Mac. I'm a Mac user. Yeah. To add more frameworks, well, like with version 2, you can really use whatever you want. But at CodeSandbox, we do have a concept of templates, so you get very easily, like you can very easily get going. So there are some new templates coming soon, because currently we've been focused on version 2 and its Git feature integrated with GitHub currently. But soon you will be able to open sandboxes, like traditional sandboxes in the new experience, and we are adding new templates for it. So you will get like Next.js, Remix, Vite, things that doesn't actually work in the version 1, the previous version of CodeSandbox, because it requires server-side. But the new solution is a different environment. So yeah, so with mobile version, do you mean the iOS application? Or the web based version? Let's see. So I made the changes, simplifying the reconcile operations to only flash one thing. Okay, I see we also flash when clients acknowledge to picture what revision they have acknowledged. What revision they are on. Maybe we should just rely on the client acknowledge flashing. So instead of flashing when saved on the same in the memory, we just return in reconcile operations. So the final responsibility here is only to identify if we have if here is only to identify if the saved contents has changed from memory and we do not have any, and we are undirty. If the god damn it, if the FS contents is different than in memory and we have an undirty and we have no operations leading to producing an FS operation. Oh, just the web. Yeah, I don't think we are like, it's not a high priority, especially now with us working on the new version, and it depends. Like, one thing is the editor itself. I don't think it makes much sense to use the web, like use the mobile browser for the web editor, especially, but we have an iOS application that is designed for mobile. But we also have embeds, right? So you can open examples as an embed. And maybe that's the experience you should have when you're on mobile, because that has part of its, what's it called? Part of its goals to work well on mobile, because those are used for documentation and stuff. And it's very often open on mobile. But like CodeSandbox IO, open it on mobile, the full-on editor. It doesn't really make sense to open on, arguably, of course. What do you do when you're on mobile and open in the browser? Is it to look at code, or do you actually write code, or how do you deal with code and the preview and all that stuff? So many changes, such as simplifying the workflow, not looking at code, I see we also flush when clients acknowledge what revision they are on. Maybe we should just rely on the client acknowledge flushing, so we do not accidentally flush all operations when some client is still behind. So instead of flushing when say content is the same as the memory, we just return and reconcile operation. So the final responsibility here is only to identify if the FS contents is different than in memory, and we have no operations leading to producing an FS operation. Wow, that's interesting. I wasn't aware of that use case. Do you have a big, how big of a screen do you have? Yeah, using Vim. Yeah, currently the new, like the power of the new thing we're building is really the infrastructure behind it and how it works. And we do have a web editor, but you can also connect with VS Code. Like the old version of CodeSandbox was really the web editor, but it's not anymore. Now it's more, we've built this infrastructure, or more of a platform where we can have multiple clients. So we have a web client of our own, and we have VS Code that you can connect with, and of course the iOS application. But the goal is that anyone can actually build a client for this platform. So if you want to, at some point, you could actually build your own mobile experience for the new version of CodeSandbox that's optimized for mobile. Yeah, that's really cool. But that's a bit down the road. But that's one of the things I'm working on. I'm one of the key people pushing that. And all the architecture and decisions we make now is to support that vision, that anyone can build a client for this platform that we have. Cool. I'm going to leave this as is. Of course, Yves is late for our meeting. That's just the way it is. And we're going to look at a bug I want to fix before we go into seamless branching. And that is related to creating new files. So let's create a branch here. Yeah, it would be cool to, like, we could, I guess, I don't know Vim that well. It would be really cool if we were able to make Vim work with our platform. Like, technically, I guess it should be able to, like, I guess, can you use Vim with SSH? Like, can you connect to a remote environment and code? Oh, God damn it. We really need to solve when you have the master, like the default branch, in our case main. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so we don't have any Vim champions at the company currently, but you would technically be able to use Vim and code on our platform. So you get like all the features of the platform. And you can jump between like the web editor, VS Code if you want to. So you can collaborate in Vim with someone using the browser or using VS Code, like it doesn't matter. But yeah, as I said, we don't have any champions for building that. But when we do open source our SDK for the platform, this is the kind of stuff we hope to see. That let's preview, let's restart. This is kind of stuff we hope to see. People build their own clients and integrate. That would be really cool. Like, see someone collaborate across Vim, VS Code, and the browser, with like, because we have like collaboration built into the platform and the SDK. So I'm just on the default branch here, and we merged something that required us to install dependencies to get the thing running again, which is why I had an error here, because we hadn't done that. And what we're planning to do is that on the default branch, when it receives new merges, or like it updates from remote, is more correct to say, it will actually run install. Like it has different behavior than the other branches. In this case, it will actually do the install and restart the dev server, because very often you make code changes that breaks the dev server because you add a new package or something. So the default branch and its VM is always running. When I'm using Git, I'm just directly working with Git, and then I'm watching the live. Yeah, directly working with Git. What do you mean by watching the live version update? But yeah, you can still do that. In this case, it's more that the thing with the status quo of being a programmer is that we're still very conservative. Like, we have our local editors, our local environment. We want to know all the Git commands and be like these Git sorcerers and sorceresses. Is that if that's even a word? And yeah, work in isolation. But just like I had this analogy yesterday, it's like it doesn't make any sense for us anymore to install Microsoft Word. on your local computer. Like, it makes absolutely no sense. Of course you go into the browser or Google Docs for that sense. Of course you write all your documents in the cloud, unless you have like very specific privacy issues that you're concerned with. But it's just the local version doesn't make any sense, because you want to be able to share documents with others. You want to collaborate on documents. Like, that's the nature of documents. But that's true for code as well. Like, I think sooner than later, we're going to have new status quo of working with code, where we default to working in the cloud, collaborating on code. We don't have this I state conservative mindset of working in isolation locally. Even though I totally understand there are benefits to that, but they hopefully will kind of be pushed aside, because there are so many benefits that to just send a link to a colleague to get some help with code, not disrupting their context because they're on a different branch working locally. They have to stash their changes, check out your thing, maybe install some dependencies. And yeah, anyways, I'm rambling. Just using encrypted file. Let's see. I just got. Oh. Yeah. The session I was supposed to have 10 minutes ago is a bit delayed. Let's see. Are we on our. Just use. I don't remember. Do you have add friends inside? On version 1 you have like you can add collaborators, and that's also coming now to the new experience. So this is what we're doing. Like, the strategy is we will keep version 1 as long as it's needed, because there's a lot of features of version 1 that needs to get into the new experience. So it's being gradually moved over to the new experience. So one thing that's coming now is these new templates for sandboxes that's going to be run in the new experience, because they have to, because of their server-side needs. But as part of that, you'll also have like sharing and collaboration and permission related things that already exist in version 1 that we like need to move over to the new experience. Hi, can you show us how to build webset? Do you mean websites? I'm just sharing my workday, so you have to adopt to me. I'm fixing bugs and working on features for the product. But I know there's tons of resources. I will go to frontendmasters.com. That's an amazing resource for learning web development. Frontendmasters.com. That's amazing. Anyways, so let's try to fix this bug before I need to go into my session. I think I identified the problem. And the problem is, let's see if we open up the... And this is a bit Inception, because now I'm working on the product in the product. So you can see this is like the project. And here I'm opening the development version of the... Oh, shit, what happened there? Oh, I forgot to restart. But there is an issue when you create new files, and I think it's a race condition. And I looked at the code that produces that race condition, so we're going to fix that. Yeah, V3 schools and then free Coke. Yeah, that's really good advice as well. I just remember I think the reason I always mention front end masters is because I think I was one of the early users of that service. And I just remember the beginning and how far they've gotten. And it's super, super high quality. But you have to pay for it. So there's a lot of free resources that you can use instead, for sure. Oh, cool. That's really cool. What the hell? Oh, didn't I? Oh, sorry. I forgot to. So let's install the dependencies and then do the same here. So the code we're going to look at is in. Oh, I think my colleague is on. Okay, I have to go to a short session and I'll be back very shortly. Let's see, let me put on the. Oh, god damn it, I have to add. Oh, new. Just in a short session. Can I make it bigger? Nice. Be right back. Okay, cool. Yeah, see ya. Thanks for joining. Okay, sorry. that's what happened. I was talking to Yves about our infrastructure, and like we're constantly iterating on making the environments, like when you branch, make it faster. It's just insane how fast it is now, actually. But we have this CodeSandbox experience, which is literally instant, and we want that experience here as well, even though we're running actual development environments, which is like, when we started talking about this, it's just insane to think that's possible. But we're getting so close now. It's just amazing, the work that has been done. Anyways, let's see if we can reproduce the issue. So I'm going to create a new file and try to format it, and it should fail. So let's, did Jasper answer this? Yeah, this is empty when all clients are synced. Yeah, so my comment was really about removing this. So basically what happens is reconcile operations will never do anything as long as there are operations in play, either because we actually have a dirty document, or clients are not in sync. When clients are in sync, operations length will be 0. And reconcile operations what I would change now is to this behavior. Or clients are not in sync. It's 0. When clients are in sync, will now start to compare the fs read with the current document, the current memory document. If they are the same, nothing happens. It was just a write of the current in memory version. If they are different, we create fs operation. And if they're different, we create an fs operation. Other process wrote to this file while no other operations were in play, and all clients are synced. Yeah, so let's just go ahead and we're going to make that change now, and I'm going to comment it. I think I made it a confusion because I didn't actually write the code the way I wrote the comment. So let's go in here. Reconcile operation. When I change on we also written this method is here to identify. So let's rename it. Identify how should it's so generic, reconcile operations. We should probably move this away. Yeah. So create fs operation. So we're going to take this stuff. There we go. And we're going to move that to where this is actually called. Oh yeah, which is in the actual file. Create fs operation. Let's paste this. Yeah. Is same as content. Is this content equals new saved content? Do we call it new saved content? Oh. Yeah, we have to do that anyways. Content from fs. So is saved content. So if this document and not is saved content and this is there some notion of dirty here? Yeah, no. It's document. Yeah, we don't have an explicit concept of. Okay. So is dirty is the wrong. Okay, fuck. What does this mean? So if we have clients behind and it is the saved content, then we of course don't do anything. Yeah, this will work fine. So we need to is dirty, return this server get operations dot length. One thing I'm a little bit curious about, which is not ideal, is that we are now it is up to the clients to tell Pitcher that we need to change that. Let's remove this. So we'll change this to if we have, okay. If the saved, if the contents from fs is not equal to the currently saved contents, this logic detects if a write to fs is related to a save document or some other process writing to the file. If the fs content is different from what is currently saved, from what is currently in memory, and all clients are up to date and there are no and the document is not dirty, it's not dirty, it is a write to the file unrelated to, it is some other process writing to the file, and we want to produce an operation out of that. Okay, so this is, oh yeah, this is not something we should have. So this logic detects if a write to fs is related to a save. Yeah, let's just, is some other process writing to the file. If the fs content is different, this logic detects if a write to fs is some other process writing to the file, where we want to create an fs operation to update the document. We know it is a process writing to the file. It is writing to the file when its contents differs from the current in memory contents, and the document is not dirty. Pending operations or not all clients. Pending operations, I think we should have has operations. Ja. Ja, litt gretne 2 minutter.
Ja, ok, det er greit, men ok, gode tingen er at liksom, nå har det løsnet, jeg har funnet ut hva som gikk feil, og jeg har fått laget bra batch. Super happy, og så skal jeg sette inn og vaske oppvaskmaskinen, og så ser jeg plutselig helt nederst i bunnen av oppvaskmaskinen, så er det et sånn syltynn glassbråt, liksom sånn som et hårstrå, liksom. Og det er sånn, det er jo livsfarlig hvis det kommer i ei røre, liksom. Men så ble jeg sånn, ok, er jeg for forsiktig nå? Men jeg vet jo ikke hvor det kommer fra.
Livsfarlig var vel å ta i.
Jo, men hvis man svelger en sånn glassbit, det er ganske...
For det første, hvis du kommer opp i røra, så blir det ødelagt. Det blir brutt opp i 1000 knas. Du overdriver noe helt vanvittig.
Ok, ja, men det var det jeg skulle sjekke.
Ja.
Ja, du mener brutt opp kosta?
Du mikser jo røra, gjør du ikke det?
Jo,
Men hør her, det er millioner av oppvaskmaskiner i verden. Alle putter glass inn hver eneste dag.
Ja.
Har du noen gang hørt om noen som har daua der?
Nei, men det er akkurat derfor. Det var det jeg tenkte selv da. Men så bare, jeg klarer ikke å få perspektiv på ting selv. Så jeg blir sånn, ok, det er sikkert fornuftig, men jeg får panikk, liksom. At jeg ikke har kontroll på det, så blir jeg sånn, ok, skal jeg stoppe?
Ja, men det har du ikke kontroll på. Det er jo ingen som produserer mat som går gjennom hele oppvaskmaskinen hver eneste gang den kjører. Det er jo helt umenneskelig.
Nei da. Men det er liksom sånn, jeg bruker jo ikke glass for eksempel da. Så de bruker jo glass i sånn catering her, og når det er selskaper her, så jeg bruker jo ikke glass.
Nei, men alle andre restauranter gjør jo det, og de sjekker jo ikke oppvaskmaskinene sine.
Ok, så jeg skal bare fortsette å ikke ha panikk?
Ja, selvfølgelig.
Ok, greit. Jeg bare tenkte at...
Men du fant det jo til og med. Så det er liksom sånn.
Ja, men da blir jeg sånn, da er det sikkert mer sånn, tenker jeg da.
Ja, det gjør det, ja.
Mens din hjerne er sånn, ja, men så bra at du fant det, liksom.
Ja, ikke sant.
Det er liksom forskjell typisk på hjernen deres.
Ja. Ja, men bra. Ha det.
De inviterte meg på lunsj da.
Trivelig.
Jeg må nesten gjøre det.
Ja.
Ok.
Ha det. Ha det. It's my partner stressing with her business. We know it is a process writing to the file when its contents differ from the current from the current document contents, and the document has no operations. All clients synced and no pending changes. Okay, this logic detects if a write to FS is some other process writing to the file, where we want to create an FS operation to update the document. We know it is a process writing to the file when its contents differ from the current document contents and the document has no operations. All clients synced and no pending changes. So if we have a document FS is document and FS equal. Let's just do this. God. So I believe this is, yeah, the document. Let's do this to be perfectly clear. So if we have a document, that document content is not equal to the content from the file system, and there are no operations, we create that diff. Great. That's it. That's what we want to do. And let's double check that the flushing create yeah, I don't think we should do this. This should be completely driven by clients. Well, we can do that. But it wouldn't hit this. Like, it would never get here if we had any operations. We don't need to flush it. And so this is when clients confirm that they got an operation from the server and applied it. That they all got So this ACK is being called related to us receiving the document ACK. But the thing is, I don't think we're actually doing this correctly. So we are sending a file document ACK, and then we're just ACKing the thing. This isn't right. Is this where we have... Oh. We don't need this. Where do we keep this map of... Yeah, this is also wrong. Like we should have somewhere there should be a map of client X. Clients. It's just the username. Yeah, I don't think we actually have this. Oh, so this is also a problem actually. Wait a minute, where's the ACK? Index? Oh, we're using it. Oh, maybe it's here. Files. Yeah, no, we're not doing that. Yeah, this is wrong. Because we're saying document ACK this, so this should be on the document. Wow. Hello, Sude. I'm good. Just had a really fun discussion with Ives, one of the founders, about some infrastructure optimizations. And it's so fun being in conversations where you have no technical understanding of, like, you only have your conceptual reasoning to lean on. So I don't know much about infrastructure and like memory and file systems and stuff like that. But that's the fun thing about like being an engineer, is like you can use your conceptual reasoning and help. Like you could never implement it, but you can really help just figuring out opportunities, like paths to take. Because at the end of the day, everything's conceptual anyways. Anyways, how are you doing? Confirms that they all got a number from and applied it. So, oh, is it inside the... Yeah, this is where we're setting... And revision is more than client revision. Yeah. But I'm curious. So we're setting client revisions there. Like this should happen internally in the server. Okay, like we have some work cut out for us. What you up to today, Sode? I do not think we should ever... This last saved revision? Yeah, I don't think we need any of this. Oh, interesting. So, okay, So for collaboration, we of course need. God damn it! This is wrong the way this works. So we should say. God damn it. I wasn't supposed to work on this now. Fuck it. We won't get to seamless branching today either. God damn it. 2:30. Yeah, we don't have much time. Like 2:30, like we got 2 hours of work. Ugh, god damn it. So the thing is, to safely flush out operations, we have to know that we have enough operations for users to be able to transform their changes. So we're keeping track, like the clients are acknowledging when they receive operations. Well, when they send an operation and we acknowledge back, then we send another request that we're up to date. We're basically from the client, we're sending what is this client's current revision. And I don't think that's what we should do. I think we're doing something wrong here. Like, why does the client itself? Well, the problem is that when we send an operation or when we send an acknowledgement or we just send an operation to a client, we don't know if they receive it. So that's the reason we have this additional request. It's for the other clients to be like tell Pitcher that yes, I'm on this revision. But we could also assume that whenever we respond to a client, when they send an operation or when we send an operation to the other clients, we can assume that this is the revision they are on. Integrating multi-currency into existing Drupal 7 commercial project and upgrade and refactoring in another project. Multi-currency, that sounds complex. And what's it called? Scary. Like, it has to be correct. Oh, I'm still. God damn it! I forget to. For some reason, I can't see the. Like, there's this tiny overlay that kind of shows the screen. Oh, by the way, I need music. Yeah, I have to make sure I open this every time I go back to streaming. It's kind of annoying that it's always like the other overlays is there when regardless of what app is open, except what the stream is showing, which is very annoying. Like, where's the tiny view? It should be here somewhere. Anyway. But yeah, this frustrates me. Now we're into another rabbit hole. So what I want to do, I want to write logic that will update the current client's revision based on what revision we send out to the client. Not what they confirm that they have, but what we send out. Because it has to do with order of operations. If we were to produce like a diff operation from an FS, right? That operation would come after any operations we already sent out. So yeah, this makes absolutely no sense. So this shouldn't be. So then what is last saved revision? Oh, for fuck's sake. I'm not sure. Store recovery snapshot. Oh, for fuck's sake. This is so annoying. So the question is, what do we base a save on? So we can, in this context, what we do is that we say that if we don't have any operations in the queue, well, it's not really a queue. In the history, it means that we have saved the file. So basically, when we flush, that is when we set. So this shouldn't be. We should say this dot last saved revision. Yeah, so this is just acking. We shouldn't. Oh my god, this is really bad. So what we need to do is we need to write tests for this and everything. So the thing is, when we get an FS, we need a new method here. So we have has operations. And then we need to change so we don't actually expect this thing on the protocol. We assume, yeah, because we can assume that. It just simplifies everything. Should we call this save flush? I just don't like the concept of saying last saved revision, and then there's nothing here saving the document. We're mixing concepts. So There's nothing here. Because it's reactive, right? We're getting file system events and then we are basically flush operations. So what we basically need to do, we have to say this.server it's not this is like, it's a little bit, god damn it, it's a little bit risky. So for example, if the client is not here anymore, we have to make sure that we remove the client from. So maybe for some reason the client is removed from this map, and then it will just stay on a really old revision and we never flushed operations. So we should like oldest, isn't that a bad word? Get what's it called? Not oldest, newest. What's the term? Get minimum. Get min client revision. Yeah, late. What's that? It's latest. What's the opposite of latest? What the hell? Past. Historical. Seriously, there is a word for this. Oldest. Oh well. Don't think I need to use that term. So we can say get edge. Yeah. Get latest client revision. That means, well, it's not delay. God damn it, why can't I need to get the revision of the client that has the lowest revision, but it's not lowest, like that's the number is the lowest, but it's like oldest. It's like they're like behind. Let's just call it revision and say this revision get. Do we have clients? No. Add client, get client revision. Client revisions, values, math, min. Yeah. I mean, we can just say that. Get the oldest revision to ensure we keep operations for all clients still connected. This is what we want. Earliest. Yeah, early, that's also a good one. But yeah, I just didn't want to leak it into code. It's okay in text, but like it's a variable called oldest, which just feels wrong. And this should be flush operation revision. Get the oldest revision. Oh, isn't values? Oh, I guess. I have to do this. What the hell? Oh. Set last. What the hell did we call it? Oh, sorry. It was, of course, this server. Flush operations. But I just have a feeling that this should be, should just be part of the thing. Like, we don't even need this. We just need to go to the server and on flush operations. Oh, we already do this. I don't think we should have this concept. Okay, so there's just been iterations there. I don't think we should do this. Lowest, that's what we use there. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to remove this document ACK. And because of messaging order, we can always ensure that when we send an operation to, yeah, well, let's summarize it when we're done. Okay, so we're setting blah, blah, blah. Blah, 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 we're acting. Yeah, this is the one I want to remove. Oops. Yeah, let's remove file document ACK. Ah, this is a big change. Client and so Pitcher can keep track of. Yeah, so this we shouldn't have this. What we should do instead is that whenever we send out so when we receive a document operation, file document operation, what we do is that we add that operation and we send back the revision. So in add operation, and then we emit you know what's interesting? It's that every time so whenever someone sends an operation, that is actually the revision we're at. Wait a minute. I'm thinking about this the wrong way. If we are to... Yeah, exactly. So the thing is, we receive the operation first, and then we go and flush the operations. So we'll say... this is so interesting. Yeah, I think we've thought about this wrong. The tricky thing about operational transforms is that you have guaranteed order. Oh, wait. Is it because of reconnect? Oh wait, it's because of reconnect. God damn it, I didn't think about that. So the problem is that if we just assume that message order, it's assumed that you're actually connected. So whenever we send out updated operations to everyone, we know that they will be on the latest revision, given that they are connected. But they might be disconnected. Which means, oh, this is interesting. I don't think we actually take this into account. Because if they're disconnected and they reconnect, we'll send operations, or sorry, the revision of the client. And you know what? I think we should just remove the whole optimize. Like, why the hell can't we have 100 latest operations in memory? Let's just keep the latest 100 operations in memory. This adds so much complexity. So if you have a disconnect and like, that's the thing. It doesn't really, well, even with a disconnect, what we do is that no, even there, like, yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because when we reconnect, we just grab what's the current contents and then we diff it with your version. Yes, we don't actually need to send. Yeah, sorry, I was wrong. So, do we need to track user revisions? I'm confused. Like, there's so much history here. And this is part of the very early stuff. Because when I connect, I go and I get what the document is right now. And because of message order, I will get the document. So if someone's typing as I'm grabbing the document, I will first get the document at its current state, and then I will get any operations because it's in order. So grabbing the document will be correct. I don't need... So when the hell do we actually need to keep history? It's when... It's when someone needs to transform their operations. And when do they need to transform their operations? They need to transform them when... you have very high latency. But even then you have order. So like, even though you have very high latency, it will take a long time for the first operation to go to the server and go back. And but still it will go to the server, and the server will send back before you get any incoming operations. Unless an incoming operation was sent before you sent. Your thing. Okay, so what can happen is that we are pushing out a lot of operations to a user. So let's say you have two users, one with high latency. We're at revision 8. And now we're pushing out like 15 new operations to the other user. But they are still sending like 15 revisions back. So if we were to reset operations here, it would fail. That's the thing. That's the problem. So we can't just assume when we send something, that's the revision they're at, because we might have like a high latency on an incoming operation. So that is why we send this thing. Okay, so we're not going to do that. Let's discard the changes. And in the file here, oh, index, I mean, we're still going to do this, but we are going to make a change. And I need to make sure that Carlos on iOS is actually dealing with this. So what we rather want to do is when the file is saved, we're going to basically just flush operations. So now let's make sure that add client. This is to the file. But I don't think we're adding anyone to the document. Okay, this file on date client. Oh, sorry. So we do that. Okay, on date client disconnect, this remove. Okay, so we're doing that. Cool. And now, whenever we save, so that would be sync file with fs. So flush operations has nothing to do with okay, so we're going to do something different here. We're going to say, oh, I don't like that. If reconcile timeout. Okay, so if the content is the same and we have operations, we're going to say flush server flush operations. We're going to flush operations, or we're going to I think we have to be specific about this. So what would, if it's not equal to, so if the contents are equal and we have operations, we are going to flush as many operations as we can. Or if the document is not equal to each other and we don't have any operations. This is a bit confusing, I think. I think we should, the else if stuff. Well, we could. No, we couldn't do. Okay. Let's rather do this. Well, this could break. Oh, God damn it. Oh, I'm getting really frustrated. I was supposed to fix a bug and work on seamless branching, and then I get stuck into this whole thing. Fuck. God damn it. Now this doesn't fit anymore, god damn it. Yeah, that's easier said than done. Like, this is one of my bad. This is one of my bad sides. Like, being an engineer, I have one really bad trait, and that is when I get frustrated, it's like a freaking magnet to the task at hand. I just can't leave it. I have to go through it and just curse through the whole thing. Because I can't stop thinking about it. Like, if I move to something else, I just keep thinking about it. It's my chemistry. It's a really good idea, though, to leave it for a bit. If the FS content is the same as document, and we have, yeah, it's like gambling, yeah. If the FS content is the same as document and we have operations, it means that we saved, and we should flush out as many operations as possible. And then it's if the FS content is not the same as document and we have no operation, it means that we okay, I like this now. It means some process wrote to the file, and we need to get all clients up to date with this change. So the thing that's a little bit weird here is that we have, it means some process wrote to the file. So what can happen here, which is bad, is like if you have a client that has high latency and you get some process writing to the file, the clients won't get that update. So we shouldn't really rely on has operations. We should really rely on if the file is dirty or not. But we can't. That's the thing. What dictates if the file is dirty or not is if we have operations. But we don't know if we have operations because we have a client with high latency. Or if we have operations because it's a dirty document. So what I'm thinking here is that we don't really need to check if we have operations. Well, the problem is that it might be as so it might be that you save, you write some new operations, we get a file system event for the initial save, and then we don't want you to get a file system operation because it's related to an old save. So this is the problem here, is that we can't differentiate if we just got an old save that we want to ignore, or if you have a user with high latency. Like, it's an extreme edge case that you have a user with high latency that is sending up some operation, and you have a process that wrote to the file and like it should update. Like, it's extreme, but it's like it is a limitation. I could type that, so or comment that. There is an edge case where we have operations in history because there is high latency on a client. In that case, we could theoretically there's an edge case where we have operation in history because there is high latency. There is high latency on a client, which means so what that would mean is like, so on my end I have good latency, so I would have the saved version of the document on my end, and from my perspective I should have gotten the git reset if that happened in between. But because there is another client with high latency that is currently shipping in a revision, a change to that document I saved, it just hasn't arrived yet. That git reset won't be run as an operation and my document won't be updated, even though it stated that like I had saved the document. That would still not happen because of that other user who still have operations in flight. And that's like an extreme edge case. But I think we need to explain it. If the FS content is not the same as document, we have no operation. Means the process wrote to the file and we need to get all clients up to date with this change. There is an edge case where a client with high latency can cause operations to stay in history beyond saves. So basically, even though we run, we should change the name of this. So even though we run flush operations on the save, With yeah, we still have operations after this happens. Beyond saves, as we only flush to the point of the oldest client. In that scenario, the low latency user sees a saved file, and the this is so interesting. In that scenario, the low latency user sees a save file, and you would expect to get the FS operation there. But because of the high latency user, yeah, it's so incredibly difficult to explain this relationship between these saves and the operations history. There is an edge case where a client with high latency can cause operations to stay in history, even though we detected a save above. Operations to stay in history beyond saves. Yeah, Firebase auth, log in, log out in my React app, but I'm not able to log in with 2 different email in 2 different Google tabs. Both tabs are syncing. I think this is just how Google Chrome works. I would just do, I would use a different, like, because Google Chrome syncs the, it's like I have 2 profiles in my Google Chrome, where whenever I log into a service, it actually, like, it expects it to be the profile I have on Chrome. So you kind of log into Chrome with an email, and whatever service you visit uses that that profile. So yeah, it's pretty messed up for development. But you could like run incognito. Well, no, maybe you can't run incognito because then you don't store any cookies. Yeah, I think you're... Well, what you can do is... I've done this before. You can run... so you have normal Chrome, and then you can download... What's it called? Like Chrome Next or Nightly or whatever it's called. So you basically have 2 Chrome applications. One normal, where you use one email, and then you use this nightly build of Chrome or whatever it's called to do the second login. Or maybe you can just create... Yeah, or I guess you can use the profiles. So when you click the profile, you can add the profile. So I would first add like 2 profiles to Chrome, one for one email and for the other email, and then it launches like new instances of Chrome when you click those profiles, and they are tied to that login. Yeah, that's probably easier, if that makes sense. Yes, so there is an edge case where a client with high latency can cause operations to stay in history beyond saves, even though we detected a save above. Yeah, so the thing is, when we do flush operations, this is not really flush operations. This is set last saved, revision, and flush. So this would take a revision number, last saved revision would be yeah, we don't have to return, we just have to do this. Oh, so of course this revision. And then we flush. So the point is, regardless of how the latency of the users, when we identify that the current content is the same as the file system, we say set last saved revision and flush, and that will be the latest revision. But we might not flush all operations. Meaning that if we do get like a process right in between, yeah, what's bad about this is there. So in the scenario where you have a high latency user, that user will get up to speed at some point, and then you have two clients with the save document, and it's not the same as on the file system. Or wait, no, wait. Of course, we update the content, so that's still updated. Yes, sorry, that's fine. Oh, okay, but it's opposite, right? So with a high latency user, that low latency user will save the file, and then some process is changing the file under the hood, and it's ignored because we still have operations, and it updates the contents, and now suddenly that other file will be dirty. Like the low latency user will have a dirty file, but nothing happened. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, so the steps are high latency user, low latency user. The low latency user changes code, hits save. It looks like it's saved, and then some process changes the file, and the low latency user. Okay, let's do this in steps. There is an extreme edge case where high latency, high latency user has operations in flight. Low latency user saves the document. Some process changes the and it looks saved. Some process changes the file, and the FS operation is not created because of the high latency user requiring operations to stay in history. The low latency user will suddenly see their document as dirty without any changes. This is interesting. And we should call this something else. Flush operations. It's so annoying, this thing we have, explicit return type. That's kind of the whole point, is that you want inference with TypeScript. I thought I wanted explicitness with TypeScript, but you really want to have inference with TypeScript. So I think we should just describe what this does. This will flush as many operations as possible, meaning that clients on older revisions will cause the clients on older revisions will still stay in history. Will still stay in memory. Will stay in history. Well, so we can still transform. Their incoming operations. Cool. That's good. And then set last saved revision and flush. Then we still have that, and it happens when we actually save. It's not when we explicitly save, but it's like a reaction from getting the file system event. If the FS is the same. Okay, let's review this. So what we did now is we added set last saved revision and flush. So we're still doing this. We don't have anything called reconcile. I don't think we need to do this. This is just create FS operation. And maybe we shouldn't even, this is very specific. Do we use apply here? Apply. So this is really add diff operation. Add diff operation. So like this doesn't really know anything about the file system. So it's kind of weird to introduce FS. But I can comment. This method is used when an FS, when some process writes to the FS, creating, for example, git requiring us to create a diff operation that is applied to the document, updating all clients. Okay, add diff. So that's the only thing we're doing now. We're setting the last saved revision and flush, and we do that whenever we get a file system event. Let's comment that as well. This method is called when we get an FS event with where the file contents are the same Where the file contents are this method call when we get an FS event where the file contents are the same as the document. Flushing operations means flushing as many operations as possible related to the revision state of our clients, of the clients. Yes. And then yeah, I think we can do that. Okay, cool. And then add diff operation. Okay, so when we get a file system event, we say that if the FS content is the same as document, we have operations. It means that we saved and we should flush out as many operations as possible. It means that we saved and we should store current revision as last saved revision. And okay, this is over explaining. Now I'm kind of describing the method calls. And we should store current revision as last saved revision and flush out as many operations as possible. If the FS content is not the same as document and we have no operations, it means some process wrote to the file and we need to get all clients up to date with this change. There is an extreme edge case here. Extreme edge case where high latency user has operations in flight, low latency user saves the document and it looks saved. Some process changes the file and the FS operation is not created because of the high latency user requiring operations to stay in history. The low latency user will suddenly see their document is dirty without any changes. The same happens to high latency user when back in sync. Like, I don't think there's any way for us to, this is so hard to explain the relationship here. Why can't we identify this scenario? And it's really because it might be that the low latency user saves, makes some changes. Okay, so we should document that as well. The reason we cannot detect the above scenario is because there is also a scenario where the low latency user saves and immediately produces operations. The FS event now states that FS content is different than documents. Is different than document, and oh, this is interesting. Yeah, because this is not true, because now we would actually have operations. Well, I think there is a scenario here. Like if you type and save really, really fast, like you would actually get the first, it would actually hit this one. It's not equal and we don't have any operations, but it is actually the previous save. And then it produces a diff operation. This doesn't actually work. But we do a debounce here, don't we? Like it's called debounce. Reconcile fs write delay. Yeah, of the latest FS event. File content promise. Ah, god damn it. This took my whole day. I didn't get to do anything. God damn it. I just have to say it out loud. So what happens here is that we on will save. What is this? Oh, do we treat? Oh, sorry. Yeah, on will save. So we start reading the file, but we don't await it currently because we so that we can clear out any pending reconciliation. We read the content, yeah, immediately, but we do not await. As we have a timeout running next. We debounce handling FS writes to avoid situations where like there is an extreme case here where we do like in the scenario where you very quickly type and save, like we have this reconcile fs write timeout of 500 milliseconds. So it means reading, like there's has to be a perfect storm of reading the file contents like you have to exactly at 500 milliseconds or like spend more than 500 milliseconds no I guess no wait, this isn't possible. Yeah, of course, because we don't flush operations unless we actually handle the file system event. Sorry, yeah, sorry. My mind is as we only need to handle the latest. And then we read the contents, but we do not wait as we have a timeout running. But we do not await as we have a debounce of 500 milliseconds before we actually need the contents to consume the contents. We do not await as we have a debounce of 500 a debounce as we have a debounce before we actually need to consume the contents. We wait for any related operations to hit picture before acting on it. This happens, for example, when VS Code saves and adds prettier, risking the direct FS write and following FS event to hit before the prettier operations. Updating. Yeah, so this is, we wait for any to hit picture before acting on it. There could be a situation where the FS event occurs before the related operations hit picture VS Code. There could be a situation where the FS event occurs before the related operations hit picture VS Code. Yes, so this is basically debouncing. This is more efficiently making sure that we read the contents at the time of the file system event, but we don't await its contents until we actually need it. So when this timeout hits, we await the file content promise, which probably already has the file contents. If the file was disposed or this timeout is not the current, which could if the file was disposed or this timeout is not the current, which could happen in an extreme edge case of the read of the await above taking more time than reconcile FS write delay. And then we have the contents, and then we say if the FS content is the same as document and we have operations, it means that we have saved, and we should store current revision as last saved revision and flush out as many operations as possible. If the FS content, let's do this, if the FS content is not the same as document, we have no operations, it means some process wrote to the file and we need to get all clients up to date with this change. There is an extreme edge case where high latency user has operations in flight, low latency user saves the document and it looks saved. Some process changes the file and the FS operation is not created because of the high latency user requiring operations to stay in history. The low latency user will suddenly see their document as dirty without any changes. The same happens to high latency user when back in sync. The reason we cannot detect the above scenario is because there is also a scenario where the low latency user saves and immediately produces operations. The FS event now states that the FS content is different than the document. But then we would have operations. So why can't we identify this scenario? Because, okay, so if we were not going to respect the high latency user, we could do that, right? By just checking this thing. And they would actually get the correct contents at the end. because even though they have high latency, they will kind of send their operations, but then at some point they will actually get that git reset, which is what it should be. But if we do this, then you get into that situation I described. Like the user... Yeah, exactly. Because this would solve the previously described scenario. But if the user types something, saves, keeps typing, we would not have the same contents, and it would hit a diff operation. So you would suddenly get your previous save as like a diff on top of what you're currently seeing. So that's the issue. The reason we cannot handle the above scenario is because a low latency user might type something quickly after they save. Now the FS content and document is also different. But the reason we can't handle is because a low latency user might type something quickly after, not necessarily low latency, a user might type something quickly after they save. Now, after they save, and we have new operations. Right time after they save, and we hit this if statement to fix the above scenario. We would have to ignore any pending, any having existing operations. To fix the above scenario, we would have to having existing operations, but doing so would now create a diff operation of a previous of the previous save and create a weird document state in this scenario. Okay, so now I got all my thinking down in comments. So what we're going to do now is to take a quick look at the actual code in application. Well, I guess we can try to run the test first. Brainstorm with Evis, which can, yeah, I'm just telling my team that I haven't done shit today, which can lead to a pretty epic optimization. Oh god damn, how do you write optimization? Optimization of and then I was just going to to fix an old PR, but a rabbit hole. But I ended up in a rabbit hole of ensuring that file system, direct file system writes related unrelated to users editing file produces the correct collab operations. Okay, and then we have the add if operation set. Yeah, and of course we're getting issues. That's great. So should allow maximum. Maybe I've just broken everything now. But this is the thing. Like I just went through our principles, like our engineering principles, and it's really important for us that you shouldn't be afraid to change code. Well, you should write code that people are not scared of changing, and you shouldn't be scared of changing code. Like, even though you break something by changing code, the ownership you gain and the understanding of changing that code is so much more worth than having a regression. And you can argue that if that's worth it, but if you're extreme on that, you will just have a bunch of isolated engineers that doesn't dare to touch each other's code. That sounded dirty. And at the end of the day, you're just, yeah. So you basically just need good tests. So receive 101 should allow a maximum of 100 operations. So what the hell went wrong here? Why didn't it flush? So we are getting... Yes, we're getting a document ACK. Yeah, but this is wrong, right? Because we're not going to flush the operations on a document ACK. Or I guess we can do... Yeah, okay. Yes. Yes, that's what I did wrong. That's what I thought flush operations... we can do this on document ACK, of course. Because this is not flushing all operations. It flushes what it can. Where the file contents... we need to change the name of this. It's really, really bad. Flush operation. It should say something about... Flush operations to latest client. To oldest. Now we're back to this. Well, the thing is, like, it's so complicated. It flushes any operations after 100 and to the oldest. God damn. Okay, let's just keep commenting. It flushes out as many operations as it can based on current revision and revisions of connected clients. Okay. So we should of course still flush whenever a client updates their revision. But when we actually identify a saved file, that's when we set the last saved revision. But do we need to flush then? I don't think we do. It doesn't matter. We can do that. This will flush as many operations as possible, meaning that clients on older revisions will still stay in history, so we can still transform their incoming operations. That's funny why it says 0. I think a better test here would be, so we say that revision X yeah, that's weird. This doesn't seem to be working. So we're producing a bunch of operations and then we acknowledge that we actually got revision 0. This is really weird. Oh, it's so slow. And the reason this happens is because so now we have a client with a revision 0. So this revision would be 101, sorry, minus sorry, it would be, the revision will be 100 minus, sorry, 101 minus max operations, that would be 1. And why does it say lowest revision is max? That doesn't make any sense. It should be min. This watcher didn't work very well. So if there's a maximum. Oh, what? This, God damn it, this is so mind-bending. What the hell just happened? I said that you should oh yeah, because you should flush from lowest revision and then we do a max. That makes no sense to me. is a maximum of 100 operations, or the result of any flush. I don't understand this. So if I pass, what the fuck? So if I have one, the revision is 101, and then minus 100 is 1, and then we have, and then we flush lowest revision. Then lowest revision becomes 1. Yeah. That means we should have 100 operations. Why is this failing? Why does it say 0? This is what flushes the operations. So we have... How can it be? Yeah, this is what I don't understand. What we're saying is that we are flushing from revision 1? But that doesn't make any sense. If we want to keep 100 operations, we shouldn't flush from revision 1. We should flush from revision... Oh, is it backwards? God damn it. So when we flush, we say that we want to flush from this revision. Yeah. So this should be 1. Yeah, so we should call this something else. Not lowest revision, but from revision. Earlier than revision. I'm super confused by this code. I don't understand. Like we say flush this revision. It's almost like we're going to from revision. Like even that, like, well, what do... Yeah, I guess that's at least better. So why the hell doesn't this work? So we do have index, we're acking. Is it because the test also has... No, we're just acking. Oh, God damn it. Yeah, and the reason I get so frustrated is because I'm supposed to work with my team, and then they rely on me doing stuff, and it's just... Yeah, I have to understand why this doesn't work. Is it because I'm not... Oh, maybe I should build... Oh, I think maybe I know why it breaks. So let's go into common. Yarn test. Yarn build. I think we need to build it. I can't remember how this worked. If we could... Because we used to pass in... Well, I changed it, like the typing is correct. Test. Where is this coming from? Integration test. Oh, now this probably breaks, right? God damn it. Why did I go into this? Why the fuck did I go into this? Oh, that's still good. Good. So for some reason, I don't understand why this happens. Because we are... Ack and flush revision. Oh, 101. Oh! Ah! This is so interesting. This... Shit, this actually has a bug. You see this? We have x0. And we're using x here, but we're mutating x. Right? This should be 0. Wow. We actually discovered a bug with this change. Oh my god. OMG. Okay, this makes me... I'm getting happier and happier with the work we've done here. Because this actually had issues. Oh, we should remove the Ack and flush. Okay, so now this is working. And what we need to do now, we need to, with our new build context, we need to see if we're testing everything we should test. Should allow a maximum of 100 operations. Should flush to last Ack client revision if less than 100. That's good. We're testing that. Is there anything here? Should create operation of FS right when all clients act with... Yeah, so this is with saved revision. That's weird. Should create operation of FS right when all clients act with current revision. And then should ignore file writes with pending operations. And no operation. Resulting in no operations. Yeah. Should ignore file writes. Okay, I think we're golden here. This is really good. This is really, really good. Cool. And what I want to check is that do we actually ensure... so this would be... Maybe this is in picture client. Clients, file, document. So... where is this? New OT client. Here we go. Yeah, so this is sending document act. So that's working for both VS Code. So let's see, mobile. Carlos, quick question on the OT implementation of iOS. When you send a document operation to file document operation and get the response, do you then also send file document ACK? What revision is this? Is this the I wonder what that is. Is that actually the client? So this would be send operation ACK. Oh, I thought this was when, sorry. What does that mean? Do we actually update? And we have to check a thing. Do we actually, when we get a document operation, do we actually, so we add operation, receive operation? Yeah, we're not saying that this client ID. Wow. Let's write a test for that. I wonder if when a user is typing, if we're actually updating the revision. When you receive document operations on operation notifications on file document, do you then also send file document ACK with the what I'm a little bit curious about is like when you do receive these server operations, yeah, send queued operation and then the revision, yeah. Okay, cool. So what did I want to do? Whoa, what happened here? So what the hell happened here? It suddenly got dirty. Oh, fuck, we have some kind of bug here. I wonder if this is the same problem. This is what we're actually working on. You saw that? I suddenly got a dirty file. So I got a file system operation that reverted. Well, now I, of course. Yeah, let's, oh, I'm going to check something. So packages, no, this is, so in common now. transforms servers TS. Let's see if we can find what the hell happened there. You see that? You see the contents has changed on disk. How did that happen? Why did it suddenly write to all contents? That's so oops. Why did the file system suddenly have... Oh, did I reset? Well, the problem now is I have to do this. Wow, this is scary. I want... what happened there? What you saw now was actually the logic we're writing in actually working, because I had a saved server document. No, I guess that it was not working. And I think it's because we're not setting the client revision. Like, that's the thing we're going to test now. Wow. That's a huge oh, wow. Okay, let's... I'm super curious about this. So we're going to copy something. So we are going to... it should flush out all operations when client saves their version, and should flush out all operations when client saves, when client saves, when all clients are up to date with their revision. Okay, so what should happen here? We have this file called index. We open it. We insert a couple of... yeah, we don't want to write anything. Yeah, we don't want to wait for the FS event. And then we... yeah. Then we save, then wait for the FS event, and we expect the operations count. Where was that? That should be 0. What I expect to happen here now is that it's actually not... where is it? It's actually not 0. If we have a failing test now, we have fixed a serious bug. Wow. Wow. That's crazy. We're actually not flushing operations on a single user. So whenever you get like... so we keep these operations in history. So when you get an FS change... well, the problem is that why the hell did the file system write different contents? That is a different issue, but like us being in completely out of whack on this. So when we add an operation, we of course need to yeah, I guess we can say this dot server ack client ID with this revision. So this should fix the test. So whenever we receive an incoming operation from a user, which means that, okay, they are on this revision, we flush out. And then, of course, when we get a response back that they received an actual operation, then we also flush out. So now this test should run just fine. What's happening to my screen? Wait. Oh. Okay, so now another one. Wait a minute. Should flush out all operations when all clients are up to date with their revision. Wait. Oh, so this didn't work. What the hell is happening here? Now I'm even more confused. Why didn't this work? It's still wrong. But we're making sure now when we add an operation that oh, sorry, I didn't actually sorry, we should say this ack. But you know what we're going to do? We're going to actually make flush operations part of acking. Because this is strictly user driven. Like, it's the clients that decides when the flushing should occur. So let's this server, we need to put into our server ack this flush operations. I do not actually think we should have an explicit flush operations. Why did we pass in the last saved revision? Yeah, I think this is, we don't need this. Yeah, it should strictly be driven by the clients. What the fuck? It's still, what the fuck? Oh my god, what the fuck is happening? Is it because I'm sending revision 0? Is this correct? Yeah, I have to check this. I'm always confused by that. Because when we send revision 0, is that really the revision we should send? Like, what does the client do? So when we apply a client operation, what actually happens? Do we increase the revision? No. So that should actually be 0. I'm confused. We're sending 0 as the revision. So now we have so we sent that revision and it's 0, and the revision on the server is well, that's 1 now. Should we have one operation? That's what I'm wondering. Like, should we really have... No, we shouldn't. It should be empty, because now... Or do we need one operation to be there? Like, if some other user joins now... There's no chance that we need to transform now. Yeah, maybe... Because what we're getting here is 0. And it says this revision... Well, it applies the operation first. And then this revision is 1. So the max here is actually... is actually 0. And then we say operation buffer flush from revision. Maybe it shouldn't actually be... Oh, add operation. Maybe it should be this server. Should it be that? No, it should actually be 0. And does that mean... What does that mean? It should be +1. That's what it should be. Because now this revision has been applied. Yeah, I think that's what it should be. Because it shouldn't be this server revision, because that might be far ahead. We need to comment this. We can confirm that the user is now on the next revision. Not server revision necessarily. Yeah, wow. This is pretty like we could. So what would happen if we changed it? What if we would ACK first? It would flush out all operations from that revision. No, we should do it after. Cool. So should flush out all when all clients are up to date with their should flush out all operation. Should flush out all should with incoming operations flush out all operations. Should with incoming operations flush out all operations. Oh fuck, I know why we need last revision now. It's the recovery thing. Should with incoming operations flush out all operations when all clients are up to date. Should flush out all possible. Okay, so maybe it didn't do this before because we haven't saved them yet. Okay, I need to look at that logic some more. Should with incoming operation flush out all possible operations. Yeah, so we don't actually have to save here even. Oh, am I doing something bad now? Yeah, it doesn't matter if you save. And is that a good thing? Like, maybe I haven't, like, I don't know about this recovery stuff. Store recovery. So we write a recovery. No, that's just writing the current contents. So we clear the recovery. When do we clear the recovery? When we save. Yeah, I don't think it affects that. I can just ask. I can just ask Jasper about that. Okay, let's run some more tests. And why they are failing. Should ignore file rights. What did I do? Did I break everything? So should ignore file writes with pending operations if it's... Oh, fuck. Of course that doesn't work. I took it too far. I took it too far. Of course, because we need to identify it as dirty. And now we're flushing all the time. So that won't work. So we still need to explicitly flush operations. We shouldn't do that on ACK. Sorry. Revision and flush. Yeah, okay. So that's of course okay. God damn it, it's so complicated. Oh, sorry, I didn't see your question, Soder. If we support PHP, like technically we do, but we just don't have should with incoming operations. God damn it, we need to put back the technically we do, but we just don't we only incoming on save. Where was the saving? Yeah, this is the thing. Yeah, it's it definitely is for JS currently, because we want to have an opinionated experience, because we can build so much more powerful tools when we know what language we're working with. But we built a platform in such a way that you can technically do whatever you want there. And that's kind of what we see in like the long-term future, is that CodeSandbox isn't only for JavaScript, it's for more things. But yeah, it's just because we do want to have an opinionated experience on top of a language, we were just targeting JavaScript and TypeScript now. And then when we're thousands of employees at some point, we let's see, we will have whole teams on different languages and creating development experiences on top of those languages. Hopefully one day. Yeah, so what I wanted to test there is that, like, because now on incoming operations, we didn't bump the revision of the user. So when we flushed on save, we didn't flush anything because the user was on an old revision, which is really bad. Should allow, okay. So should allow a maximum of expected 100, received 101. And the reason we got 101 is because we are saying, so we're sending a document in. Yeah, and this is just, this test is just wrong. Like, this is like an incoming operation, and we don't send a document ACK. Like, I think I wrote this. It's just been so confusing for me, this whole thing. So this doesn't actually require a document ACK. Should allow a maximum of 100 operations. So here we because now we're bumping, like this user is sending the document operation, which means that we're bumping that that revision. So we need to add another user. Can we do that? Project. How would we do this? Oh, this is interesting. Because what's happening now? Wow, this has been... Wow. Oh, shit. I have a session. Oh, goddamn. I have to go. We'll have to talk later. Sorry. Bye-bye.